What do you mean already? What do you mean already? That's crazy. That is crazy. Well, calling soon. How's the day going? That might be the thing. That might be what it is. Yeah, I mean, I guess it. I guess it. I guessed it. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. No stream today? I thought you were streaming now as a regular thing. Oh, today I've been having a bit of an issue with my keyboard that is just for some reason every month or so decides to, um, uh, disconnect from my computer and just not be working at all. Which, god dang. God dang. What do you mean you need a break? No, I get it. I get it. To be honest, if I had things to do and if I didn't have to take shits during the day, I would probably do 12-hour streams. Uh, I don't like to eat on stream. I don't like to not be on camera, on camera while the stream's happening. Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, if I'm out of frame and the stream is still running, that makes absolutely no sense. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, it happens. It happens. I need this though. 1 second. I forgot one place. One post to place. One place to post. That thing. Uh, yeah. Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, technically, everyone is streaming every day, right? So I get it. I get it. Well, as the title implies, I have been watching Stargate SG1 since Tuesday, I think. I think Tuesday or Wednesday, I forgot. I'm currently on season 7, episode 3. Ah, god damn. So, so yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. The good thing is because I have watched it already 3 times, kinda roughly. I know what's happening. I know the things, but it's just I have forgotten, and I didn't start at season 1 this time. I started at season 3, 4. Yes, 4. Season 4. So I just have done 3 seasons ish. Yes. TD. TBD. Hi, welcome in. Not TD. TD is someone else. How are you? How's the day going? Uh, yeah, I mean, White Panther streams on YouTube. She has been there more often, and she's doing office hours most of the times for the work that she's doing now at Total. So that's the thing. I mean, that's a different type of stream, but it's a stream still nonetheless. But yeah, there's that. But yeah, and Kirill has his first stream today in a long time. So yes, um, that is the thing. We've had like a lot of news, to be honest. But yeah, it's kind of sad to me, at least. I think that is sad that White Panther kind of disappeared from the surface of Twitch because she was kind of influential in the dev community, at least from my point of view. Not necessarily the most viewed person, but woman in tech doing code stuff pretty successfully with an audience that is respectful most of the times. you know, would be, I mean, that's really good from my point of view. So, we have some news though. I'm so sad about the news, but we have some news. One second, let me just plug these in. That's really green. And hope for the best. No, that's the wrong button, bitch. There. Um, I I think the Twitch environment is not necessarily like the best environment, but the Twitch interface is the best interface and the UI friendly or UX friendliest interface that we have for streaming right now, other than Kick. But no one is going to move to Kick, not even myself, even though I have my account there. Um, and so, yeah, I think like the dev community not having White Panther there is kind of sad. I know she's lurking at times, and you know, uh, all of that. But yeah, the thing that is fun with Kick, to be honest, just before I go on to this red ass thing, which by the way I'm gonna just put it in the theme today because it's green. You know, we are in green themes. Green. Don't change the theme. the the thing for Kick for me is that the entirety of Kick is just a duplicate of Twitch when they had their bitch, when they had their source code leak, where the entire platform leaked into, I forgot where it was, but like basically they had access to the entire thing. And so someone just grabbed the thing, and then when you look at it, or when you looked at it in the beginning, there were places where Twitch was written. There were places where, thank you, uh, there were places there where basically it works the same way. And the fact is, at the end of the day, they are still using the exact same tech in background. So it's the exact same thing that Twitch is using, that Amazon is providing for the streaming and the encoding and all that. And therefore, at the end of the day, it's the exact same platform. It's just a different color and a different logo, but the interface is the same. The issue with it is the fact that the people that are streaming there are the people that get banned here because they are doing things that they are not supposed to do based on terms of services, and therefore they move to a platform that allows it. And so that tells me everything I need to know about the streamers themselves, because I'm like, well, if you did something that wasn't allowed for terms and services and you move to a platform that allows it, eh, I don't know. Nonetheless, the thing with Kick that is good though, because you know that's a thing, and that's a thing that I did at some point. This stream overlay, green, is the Kick stream overlay. Basically, the red one is for YouTube, and the purple one was for Twitch when I had most of my uh, plans for, how's it called? Um, Platform specific streaming. Uh, that was a thing. Also, Cat, hi, Morton, hi, welcome on in, welcome back, both of you. I hope the day was good, and we have some AI stuff happening. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Um, so that, like, there is a plugin that I forgot, but there is a plugin that allowed you to multi-stream from OBS directly and define that source number 3, for example, was only visible in Twitch, but not visible on YouTube, not soundtrack sources. So if I had like a different background, different colors for things, I could say that this background color in green was visible in Kick, and this background color in red would be visible on YouTube, and this background color in purple would be visible on Twitch, and therefore that would uh, basically not match, but kind of match the terms of services that we had before on Twitch, which was saying you cannot have the same stream on a secondary platform. Like the content needs to be different. And so there was this discussion at the time where we said if I had a camera angle that is here for Twitch and a camera angle that is here for YouTube, and both camera are in the same scene exactly, but YouTube is seeing this one and Twitch is seeing this one, it's coming from the same OBS file, but then it's not the same stream because the camera angle is not the same. Maybe the sound is the same, um, maybe not because you have different music tracks. So you basically are spreading as if you had two versions of OBS running, but in the same instance of OBS. It was an interesting thing. It was an interesting thing. So, anyways, this thing. Today I worked on also that's kind of broken. It's fine though. We don't care. I moved the progress overview up as I was intending to do, and I have ensured that it's not breaking the loading stage of that screen. So that's something that is really good, better. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Um, but it's there. It's at the top. Right now, I don't know if it's a good idea. We'll see. Nonetheless, when you load it, we now have this chart at the top that works for, or that's supposed to work for all types with the right progression based on user activity. For some reason, uh, today, I can't figure out how to get this fucking thing to not be blue. I told it to take the accent color, and the accent color right now is green, which would be a very, very confusing thing, but it doesn't really matter. But nonetheless, this is there. And then I have this massive issue, which is kanji. God, that was a tad slow, right? Just a tad. It's the same thing for dictionary. Like it takes 3 seconds to just fucking load the entire thing, and then the data is wrong. So yeah, I need to figure that out. Yeah. Hi, what morning? How are you? How's the day going? So other than that, I try to ensure that the data that we have in underneath was a better design overall. So this is a new card that I did yesterday, which is really good. I like the look of it better. It's not really useful as of right now. Like I don't see any point. So I'm probably gonna change that at some point. But just for now, it's there, it's working. It's a card that gives you a bit of an information. The overall progress text needs to be pushed inside of the card. It's annoying. It looks like shit. I hate it. But yeah, that's really bad. No, paddings are not good. Paddings are still not good, specifically if you go into different types of cards. So the kanjis, for example, are going to have, god damn, that's going to take 3 seconds again. The reason why it's taking 3 seconds is because it needs to load 200 and, not 200, 10,000 kanjis and entries with potentially 4 question types. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 question types with records for these 5 question types. So it's technically loading 60,000 ish records just to get the data at the top. That is not efficient at all. So I need to figure that out. I need to figure that out. But yeah, if I'm here, like the padding is okay, but not good. And then the instant I put on the enhanced analytics, I'm getting paddings that are absolutely all over the place just because I didn't do shit, and it's really bad. So yeah. Yeah. Um, Congrats, yeah, on launching. And yes, once you launch, there is so much more that you need to do, but at least you have something. Um, it's it is, but it's not. Stony, that's the thing. So that's the thing that I'm working on. I've been working on for the past months. The analytics data, which is like this page specifically, is you have your records for an entry. Like let's say this is entry record for this word specifically. That is coming from the dictionary that I've built, which is basically just a JSON file, which is, a simple thing. This is one entry and one record, and then to this in the question type that I have inside of the quizzes, I am getting how do you read this in like the second line right there at the top. What does it mean? Like first meaning, which is holiday for this one, and then I'm getting the reversed. So what is the kanji for that meaning? What is the kanji for that reading, for example, and so on. So all of that are the types of questions that you have, and then on top of this, for some of the entries, like let's say this one, which is a conjugation, I will have questions about conjugation for entry that I understand, which endings, whatever formality needs to happen, like this type of thing. And that, in order to create these things, I'm doing a happen. Yeah, I happen like a thing to the key at the end. So I'm getting my record key that is just word, or I mean, technically, dictionary name, word entry, word reading, word meaning. I know it's inefficient, but it works. And then for the analytics specifics, I'm getting a secondary key that is just going to happen after it, which is what basically makes it more complex, and it is not efficient. And I think it would be easier for me if I created like JSON objects that just uh, works, but that's not the case just yet. So yeah, if I had like a thing that was adding or updating the dictionary in real time, because it is already inside of it, uh, with potentially having shit like, let me see if I can find it. Where you at? Where you at here? Dictionaries. Let's say I'm going into the design dictionary because it will be faster. If I had, right, this is one of my objects for sure in the JSON file that makes sense. If I added a thing underneath inside of this stud that said analytics data and then went in to update said content, it would probably be faster. The issue that I have with that is that these dictionaries are built in the binary of the app. And so I can't really get I mean, I can, but that would imply stuff that, like, if the user reinstalled the apps or something, there would be like a new version of the JSON and not their progress based things. So there will be like conflict in all of this. So yeah, we don't like it. That's where we stand. Um, but it is madness in terms of analytics data. So yeah. Um, huh. Have you checked the newest web wrapper, WebLink, WebKit thingy by Swift? Because they just updated it, so maybe that this is either from the newest version or this is from their older version and it's not updated yet. Might be the reason, might be a reason. But yes, all of that at the end of the day is generating a ton of things that are, God damn it, um, that are pushing the complexity and the God damn, this is slow. Uh, sorry, computers doing things. I don't know if this is going to be from the OS based level or if it's something else. But yeah, nonetheless, I could understand why it's annoying. Apple stuff is just such a slow pace on everything. So basically, if I'm on my database with the content, you can kind of see when things happen. So in my dictionary progress, for example, one of my keys for the name is this. I have my dictionary and then my extension for the dictionary so that it is specific. The word in question, if it is not a word that is, or if it is a word that uses a kanji, for example, here, I'm getting the reading after that, and then I'm getting the first meaning. The thing is, with the latest version of the meanings that I put in place with the translation, I am getting sometimes meanings that are with all the commas and all the meanings at once, which makes absolutely no sense. So I would need to update that, I think, before I send my next update. That would fuck up my whole system here. But yeah, like for example, here you have fathers, comma, dad, parenthesis, respectful. This for content key is absolutely bad. It shouldn't happen. We should have cut it after the first comma, just in case, that makes sense. But yeah, nonetheless. So that's my name for the combined key. Simplicity, and then I have the combined key to ensure that it's still there, that just to make sure. And then after that, I'm getting my specifics analytics things that are stored in a JSON format type as the dictionary question type statistic or analytics. And I'm also getting the same thing for the SRS next review, and all of these fields are basically adding complexity where it could have been removed, and I could have thought about it in the beginning when I built the app, but I didn't, because at that time I didn't know. So, you know, that is the thing. But yeah, um, I would say the huge benefit that I have right this instant, before anything happened, is the no one currently in the app has access to this complexity that I currently have doesn't exist. Uh, they all of the combined keys, all of the uh, statistic, all of the analytics, like nothing is in there already. The only field that they use for the people that have while paying is these basic three ones, and then these two. Like that's basically it. So at this instant, I have the ability to move on to something that makes a bit more sense, and that would give me um, basically the ability to just change the format, fuck up my own device, but be good with it. And like that's an option. But goddamn, it's a bit annoying. But yeah, like the reason why we did this in the first place is because we had at some point. I don't think I will be able to find some in there because I kind of purged the whole thing. But yeah, shit like this, for example, like Yaru and Yaru, which are uh, in terms of what was the case, you have when you are learning inside of that dictionary, you have at some point Yaru to give and Yaru to do or give, which is different and it depends on context. And so these are two different entries that even though you will feel like you are learning something that is different and you have already seen it, you can know the difference in between the use case based on the meaning. And before that, before I did that whole pass of combined keys, these two were combined into one single entry called Dear 1000 Yadu, and that's it. So with that, you ended up with an entry at chunk number 10 that had progress of 100%, like as if you had already seen the entire word, but it wasn't. It was the one that you've seen on chunk number 4 that is Yadu in some of the first words. So that was a bit of an issue. Like, it happens. It happens. Crosskeys, huh? What funny. Um, I don't know if I would have uh, said that I was a hipster, but I mean, I would take it. I can't complain about it. I don't have vinyl. I don't listen to records and shit, so less hipster. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink craft beers. Like, I have never had a plaid, um, like a plaid shirt, plaid shirt. I never know how it's pronounced. So maybe not. But yeah, so that was the reason. Like these two, for example, more and more, that are the same and so on, were considered as the same entry, which makes absolutely no sense.
Atakan Bakixis just
So yeah,
resubscribed for 27 months.
goddamn. Atakan, welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. How are you? How's your day going? Thanks a lot for the 27 months. I appreciate it. How's everything? Um, yeah, really? I haven't seen that, but maybe they did, yeah. I would say for the hipster allegation, which I will take, no question there. I have the man bun pretty often when I'm just working on my own and I just want something like really quickly and have like the hair out of the way. So that's to me a very hipstery thing. Where the fuck you fell down? You know. Uh, yeah. Eh. I don't want a perm. No. 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 No perm for me. No perm for me ever. Um, that's good. I mean, it's sad that it's driving you crazy yet again, but it's good news that you have clients. Um, I saw that you did your Airbnb presentation thingy, which was really good. You have some issues in that video, specifically from my point of view, like the initial start of the video, the cursor is moving a tad too slow, but the rest of the video is really good. So, yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, the data that I'm showing here, the database that I have on CloudKit is for basically for users. I mean, the only people that have access to it are the people that are paying for the subscription. And other than that, no one has access to this. And the data is stored locally on device, lately on a JSON file, like we moved to JSON files 3 days ago. To the file storage system to ensure that we have something that is JSON formatted data in a way that makes a bit more sense and so on. That helps with speed, but it's not good enough. And I think Jason, yeah, Jason, I don't know, Jason. And that it makes it faster, but still not fast enough. I think it would be better if I had like an SQLite or an SQLite database type of situation. The thing is, SwiftUI has a system that is already in place. That is the database, like core data uh, things that I don't use because I'm a dumbass and because it doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. It kind of works, but it doesn't work for me, which is the annoyance, high annoyance. But yeah, like that whole thing has been just a mess the whole day, and it's just it doesn't make any sense. Like the going back to what I was saying last Monday, I think. Yeah, um, it's I've reached the point where the project has been split in so many files, specifically when I did my split for analytics, that you can see like right there. Like that used to be one single file. That used to be one single file, and now it's not. Now it's just yeah, way too much, way too many files. Um, so that's a bit of an issue, and whatever Cursor is doing doesn't really have the ability to get the full context. Basically, every time you have a file that is longer than 200 lines, it starts to have some issues. So, you know, it's just it's just so bad. So, um, yeah, and all of these also now are not necessarily used anymore. So it would be easier for me to get like a fresh start ish, but I also can't like remove anything just yet. So I, yeah, like I'm basically at the point where I need to wait for next month's refill of my tokens in Cursor to be able to get like the full token window thing that I don't currently have to use like one of the premium model, and then um, and then run this entire thing into like a bit of a refactoring to ensure that if like I know that, for example, the time charts doesn't exist, like the timeline charts is not used anymore, um, but it's used in one specific file that is currently used. So yeah, yeah, it's been a bit of an issue. I'm not gonna lie about this. The good thing I would say is this: I do still have the ability to understand the visuals of stuff. So if I'm here, for example, and I'm looking at my analytics view with the preview, and I know for a fact that I want some sort of an enhancement on this card, for example, and I know that it is here, I can then just navigate to the file itself, go into where things are, how things work, and so on, and then take or change some of the visuals that we have. But yeah, like that's the sad part. Like this, for example, is supposed to be the accent color, and it's not the accent color. So I don't like that. I do not like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be there. So visually speaking, I do have the advantage of understanding SwiftUI, but other than that, that's it. Like I don't have much more than that. And cross keys, because I don't have authentication, I wouldn't use JSON for Oath, but yeah, I could. I could. I could. Going back to what I was saying, the app storage is there for the accent color global value, and yeah. Um, no, that's the thing. Almost. Um, almost. I am. Ah, you know what? Not even. I would say I'm able to do 20% of the work without AI. but I don't have the mental model and or the syntax that is necessary to get like the struct system. So these things, struct name, that basically conform to type view, which is the case right here, with some properties like the app storage, the environment object, the observer, and all of these things that are going to be in my props, and then other things like initialization things. I don't know exactly how to do that. And then the var body sum view is kind of okay because it's like I've used it so many times. But like what's missing for me is that in between section. Everything else is kind of fine for now. If it's the simplest of simplest things, yes, like that's an option. Other than that, I'm really having a hard time. But um, but yeah, yeah. For everything else, like the as I used last time the map, um, you know, as an example, and we did like the rectangle right here. If I just created and let's add that here. If I just created, what do we want? Let's say we have um, very basic, oh, a V-stack, yeah. If we have a V-stack around here, right, which makes sense, and then in that said V-stack, we get an H-stack, for some reason, because that makes sense as well. And in there you have your text, which is just something that conforms to text with my value of hello, like that makes sense. And that is followed by image that is going to use system name, and it's gonna use bitch, not that. It's gonna use, I don't know. What do we want here? The plus, right? Um, plus would make sense. I don't know if that makes sense. But right, you get this, and then because we want this thing to just expand, I'm gonna just have a spacer in the middle because that makes sense. Not a spacer of zero, just a spacer. So that's cool. And then here I want my padding because we need padding on padding horizontal wherever it is. Like there is a need for some space around it. I'm gonna make that 24. Right, like that. So far, that makes sense to me. And so once I have this, I'm still in my regular V stack, so I can add like a secondary thing to create some sort of a, let's do the second one, some sort of a list of things. And that V stack right there is taking some properties with alignment. I forgot if it's just this. Yeah, alignment spacing. Um, so alignment dot leading and spacing of 16, and content, we don't have content. That doesn't exist. But we need the parentheses. That is feasible. No. I I wouldn't necessarily be able to because I would need to use a property to define the text and the image. So I would be able to say like right here for each whatever, like that's the regular thing. I would be able to do that. But that's about it. Like I I wouldn't have the ability to change that property of LO into something different. Um, not on my own. Right? So that's bad. Because right now they're just That is the plus. And have a good rest of your day. I wanted to check your link though. You sent the link right there, but also I don't have access to it, so that not an issue. Uh, Not really. There is Sean Allen that has done a small video on play, but I don't like play in general. Um, and but yeah, no, I don't have like course. I don't think you can have a course on Cursor. Like that's not like please, if you are new to development or design, I mean design potentially, but if you're new to development and you find a paid course for Cursor, don't buy it. Don't. Uh, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. But yeah, like that's the thing. Sterling, I wouldn't necessarily be able to uh, create my environment viable that needs to be basically here. Um, like I need to have what is called an environment viable in here um, to then pass the value right there, which is basically what we do here. Like my environment object, which is a view model right here, or environment object for something else, like when I'm guessing or getting my this section, for example, I have mastered, learning, and seen. Um, this should be a for each. Like there is no question, and I know that. Um, that this is a very bad move from myself. Like it should just be for each type, which we do have in another place, and I forgot where it is. But for each type, we get the levels and the things and whatever, and so all of these are supposed to be above, and I can't do that. I don't have the understanding just yet to make it make sense or make it make enough sense so that it's good. Um, like all of these, let title as a string, let whatever, like these lets, which makes sense to you, right? But doesn't make sense to me yet. Um, so, but yes, could, should, might. And going back to what I said earlier, as in 3 months ago, SwiftUI has been mistaken for TypeScript by AI models and other things. So I think if you have like JSX TypeScript knowledge, you should be able to get like the structure of the logic in Swift way faster um, than the UI part. And the UI part is for me type of situation. But yeah, so like going back to this is making a lot of sense to me, and it doesn't really take any work. Like if I had a shadow, for example, and I wanted to get like a shadow that is at 24, drop out of this element, like that is so easy to add, and I can just have a dot inner um, situation, which if I forgot, that's this. Uh, is supposed to be inside and so on. So that just work on specific type of iOS, and I need to go in there and yeah, it's a bit of an annoyance. But these are things that works. Um, you said something about WeTransfer that updated this site, and I didn't see that yet. I haven't checked. They haven't. No, that's still the same thing. That is still the same. the same thing they had um, before, at least from what I've seen. Dang, that was the same. Ah. That's bright. Also, that logo is not accessible. Um, yeah, so um, I think what you have as const on um, like on JS is similar to struct in SwiftUI, kinda, and it kind of felt like it was flipped, as in the var is the one that can be changed and the let is the one that can't in Swift compared to, things. So yeah, it's similar. It is really similar though. Let's not lie about this. It is really, really close. And so that's why when you have like some of the logic part of things, you are getting which one has more logic? I guess my progress manager is gonna have a lot of logic in there. So like these function and the like I mean I'm almost sure that this makes sense to you. Clear off, hi, what got in? It is Swift, yes. But like that's probably a syntax that makes sense to you. Like if you read it, you like okay, so you have the task, you need to do something, you need to define like your record that is defined and that is in the body of the function in question, and you know, it is a bit weird. I do agree. Also, specifically this one that I'm looking at it just makes no sense. But nonetheless, like this is simpler than the other things. And then the switch case is basically an enum, which is different than a switch case, as far as I remember. But like this is the most complex one that I have um, in terms of content, because it's just a massive switch case for the logic of how the fucking conjugation works for all of the verb types and so on. So that whole system is uh, is probably not efficient, but it works, and it works pretty well. So you know, I'm fine with it. But yeah, this one is a bit of a big one. It's not that big. When I'm thinking about it now, like this one is just 500 lines compared to my analytics view, which was almost 3,000 lines for no reason. That's why it's now split it into 40 files. Um, but yeah, it's a bit of a it's a bit of a thing. So physically speaking, perfect. Anything that is visual that I can add to something is not going to take me um, a lot of time. Like I forgot if border black. Can I do that? Can I do the black on this? Yeah, I can. Ha! Sorry, I forgot the order. This makes no sense to me. Um, Like that has made absolutely no sense. The fact that the border black doesn't really get the radius as well. Um, so yeah. Uh, well, I mean, it's Japanese conjugation. So human brain context wise, if you don't know how that works, then it makes no sense. But because I'm learning it, that helped. Like again, the initial reason why I wanted to have the app for myself was to help me learn things. The fact that I have to figure out and understand and explain, right, how this works, that it helped me learn so much faster. Like now, I kind of have a bit of a better understanding of these things, like all of the termination and conjugation names and what they're linked with, what they are not linked with, and so on. So that, yeah. Swift is so Swift in general is not iOS only. Swift enclosed UI kit and Swift UI, and you can do macOS, iOS, Vision OS, obviously, but they have been trying to port Swift UI to Android or Swift for Android, and they have been trying to port Swift for the web. I don't know enough, but yeah, liquid glass is fine. Liquid glass is fine. I need to use the Xcode beta to launch it, but yeah, it's just broken. But technically speaking, like this thing is just massive for no reason other than the complexity of conjugation in Japanese. Um, Other than that, like, these ones makes more sense, but it's the same thing. They kind of did, but not really. But I don't have any issues. Like to me, they added some issues. Like some of the latest build have things that you are not supposed to see. Can I find this though? Uh, there maybe. Let me check. Let me check. They basically in the latest version we have something that just makes no sense, and it's not necessarily visible. It was mostly visible in the, I think in preview. That's still there. Yeah, right about here. I don't know if that's gonna be visible inside of the simulator right here. I doubt it. But we never know. Come on, bitch. This thing. Yeah, you can kind of see it. So the liquid glass light detection on the edge is now shitty, and it is giving us some uh, anti-heliast thing that you can see at times, but not all the time. And I don't really understand why it pops in right now. Like it wasn't there on beta one, so I reported that. It's kind of the same thing at the top, right here. It's really, really subtle, but it's just in some situation when it needs to react with content that is supposed to be lighter, but it's not there yet. It it does the jagged edges, which is not the greatest, but like it's there. So yeah. I mean, eh, it's the thing that I've been doing for 20 years. Not necessarily. Let's say 15, right? Uh, so I'm sure there are things that you can talk about like for an extended period of time, because you are interested in it, or you have been doing that for a long time. So yeah, that that's the thing. So you could probably be a designer at some point if you became interested in it, because that's not necessarily the case. Like maybe you're like, I fine, I don't see the point though. But yeah, so other than that, Atakan, that's the only thing that has been kind of weird for Beta 1. They have fixed this on Tahoe. I don't have the desktop version though. I don't, because I'm streaming and I'm using this for work basically. Like this computer is my workstation. Like that's the only thing that I have. I can't um, like put myself through the potential of losing OBS, which is usually what happens when I'm running into beta software on the first week. So I try to not do that. I wait for beta 3, beta 4 of system, because most of the time that gave enough time for OBS teams, um, ATEM teams, other teams to get like the fixes that needs to happen. Chris, hi. I need to refill this. I forgot. I said that before I started. I did it. Yeah, there is so much though, in terms of designed on purpose on Apple software, specifically on on iOS stuff, and lately like here. I don't even know if I can do that. I don't think I can. Yeah, no, I can't do that. Um, but yet they have like added so much teeny tiny details that just make half sense here and there. And you know, like these things are kind of crazy if you think about it. Like the reactiveness of the glass is not necessarily good, but overall kind of crazy. Bitch, that's my face. So like it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Like it just helps to see these things, but then I'm seeing these artifacts around the buttons, around the things, and I'm like, ugh, that shouldn't have happened. Like this glitch right here, like that pixel right there, makes no sense. Nonetheless, just small details. Small details. Like I saw this thing, for example, last week, where during the update they had the model that shows you that you are verifying the update that is not centered. This is something that went directly into the feedback app to just say, well, this is obviously not centered and that needs to be fixed. Same thing here, for example, the model itself didn't really let me see my email. Like it was blurred by default for no fucking reason. And so it's just it's a small amount of scroll that needs to be fixed. And so that's just something same. Like went straight to Apple feedbacks so that we have that, because it creates like this bloom around the readability of the content that you're trying to showcase. So there's that. But yeah, on overall, right, these details are just simple stuff that if you've been working on UI for the longest time, you will see. Like there is no Yeah, there is no question. Like you can see these things. And for me right now, I'm working on these, for example, and I'm like, the spacing in between these is not enough right this instant. Like this should be probably somewhere around four instead of two. But also when I'm putting it at four, it doesn't feel good enough. And I'm when I put it at three, it's weird. So I kept it at two because it feels more natural to have like a slit that is making sense. But like these are small things that just helps the end user understand like the separation in between elements and so on. And it's just small details, small accessibility details that just works in some situations and not in others, and so on. So that's about it. That's about it. I still wish that this was working though. Uh, uh, like this makes no sense, right? If I'm on katakana and I have zero question, 0% accuracy, zero correct, zero items, but I currently have six mastered and five in learning and 58 in unseen, that means that at least I have seen 11 of them in total. So I should have at least have some data here. I know why we don't have it, but you know, like this is the type of thing that I don't understand and I can't really understand. When I'm looking at my analytics view and how my overall analytics kind of uh, has been defined or is supposed to work, like the view models and all that, that's really don't have it working. So, or understood for that matter. But it's I mean, it works anyway. At the end of the day, the thing kind of works. And it's just right now, it's just a matter for me to figure out how to render the data, but also capture the data properly in a way that makes sense. Because it's not it's not the easiest to get like these things in their proper order. God damn it. But again, going back to this thing, we're still probably low in terms of income and in terms of metrics, but for the past 30 days, I will say 30 days, we've had 409 sessions, which means like 2 sessions per day in total, roughly, per users, I would say. So not enough, but still something. And 260 people have downloaded the apps, which is really cool. Some people have given me some money, not much. One crash. Just probably on the Mac because I didn't have anything working there. So it happens. It happens. Ooh, that's a lot of blur animation. It's fun though. I like this a lot. That texture is really cute. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This is not a scrollable horizontal scrollable thing. Like I can't. Uh, I can drag it, but yeah. Yeah. If you have a trackpad, you are expecting things to be able to just, drag horizontally. Um, but it's nice. This is really cute. The illustration that are in there are really nice. You just said that it's not yours, but like this is what we call the Tokyo illustration, and yeah, that's nice. It's a bit of a trend E thing that stands out though, which is interesting. If that's blog posts, it's nice. Colors are really simple, um, and design is sharp. You have some of them, like this one has a very short radius compared to the other one. When you look at them, they don't really have a radius that is that visible. I mean, it's there, but it looks sharper for some reason. So maybe that button in white might benefit from having like tad bit less radius. I know that's counterintuitive, but could could work. Good transition. Cute transition. No, we like that. I'd say these stand out a bit too much for me. Mainly because they are rounded, like they are circular compared to the rest of the website is really, really square. So, unless the blog post is the same, which I doubt. Yeah, blog is square. These ones for resources are really rounded. Um, I see. That's really good. That is really good. However, I don't know if this is a you thing or if this is a website thing, but they are all 222 minutes read. Like all of these articles in the blog post, they are all 222. And I have doubts that they are all the exact same length. Um, and if they are, and they are all supposed to be 222, that's impressive from the writer point of view. But goddamn, that needs fixing if possible. Because again, this is something that a regular person will probably never see, specifically because you have like 4.6 right here for the read, which means that it's different. Um, but it's just different access, different previews. Yeah, 129. So you have the data. Um, you have the data somewhere. It's just like not in the same CMS file thingy. Um, yeah. And Grosky is going back to what you were saying. This is the type of thing that I kind of see as well. Like, from experience, right? I know where to look for thing that breaks because it broke for me in the past. And I just know that we have data somewhere that at some point, going back here, at some point, I needed to get some numbers in my views, and I put some fake numbers so that I can touch the UI and ensure that things kind of work. Like here, for example, I need to change my padding in the horizontal padding, but I put everything at 50% just because it made more sense. And that's false. That shouldn't be the case. Like it shouldn't be anywhere near 50%. It should be closer to what it's supposed to be, but it's currently at 50% because I don't really give a shit. And same thing here. Like this is like random numbers for now um, that don't really like. The more I switch, the more the data change. So that that um, but yeah, no, overall, that's the type of thing that I know where I made mistake in the past. I know how and why I made said mistake in the past as well. And therefore, when I'm looking at someone else's work, I'm like, okay, cool. So where would I personally would make a mistake? Let me look at these first, and some of the usual examples with radius, square radius, and shadows and effects and consistency across things is because I just made so many mistakes in the past. Like in some of my first jobs, I was bad. and that happens. And then I got better. And then I compared to at that time when I got better, I was still really bad. And now I'm better than that time, but I'm probably really bad compared to me in like 10 years again. I don't know. But yeah, just pinpointing thing that I've seen, and I'm like, ah, that data wrong, that thing not working. That's all. By the way, this is really good. I don't know if this is true, but this is really good. If you have never heard this from me before, 9.4% will be trusted 1,000% more than if it was 10%, 30%, 20%. Like round numbers are going to be, that's probably fake in the head of the people that are watching the website. But if you have something that is specific, the questioning the data is going to be really, really less happening. And this is something that we also have been doing for selling things online. So if you are selling like a pair of shoes, an old phone on eBay or somewhere, and you want to list it for, like you want $100 out of it, list it for 105 and 72 cents. You know, like the people that will see the listing will be like 105 and 72 cents. Why? Like that makes no sense. There is probably a good reason for this price to be that specific. And usually they don't try to argue and bargain with you with the prices because like it was so specific there is no like there's no question. Do they? Or maybe they will say, can you do 100? And they'll you're like, 104? Something around is easier. Well, 100 is fine. If you had listed it for 100, they would have said, can you do it for 80? No. So do precise numbers. Precise number will help all the times. But you know, that's really good. That's really good. I would say you probably haven't done that yet. Yeah, mobile is still not necessarily draggable. Uh, I mean, I don't know. I don't have a touch interface. So that's to be checked. Yeah, this is really cool. This is really cool. This is less useful because people might not know that they can tap on these on mobile. I feel like it making a lot more sense on desktop because of how it's presented right here. Like I kind of understand that this is gonna impact stuff compared to here. Nonetheless, it's similar. It is similar. These works. That works. No, you did good. You did really good. And then again, going back to what I said earlier, the illustration type is really cool. The small illustration types of little details here and there. Also, why is this specific carousel working on scroll? God damn it. uh, that's nice. And the icons themselves are really nice. That's normal. Don't worry about it. That is normal. Smaller here. Also, I'm seeing things here which makes absolutely no sense. This computer received nothing all the time. Yeah. I guess for this to be as efficient as it needs to be, the easiest way would be to get something like a RAI file or a Lottie file that would load the SVG once with all the contents and the SVG filters to get your blurs and your operation and all that. Um, I think that would be easier and lighter weight than having images overall. Yeah, Rive might work. Same thing here. Really? Interesting. For the use case session section, you have mm, so this is Rive E. I see. Huh. Ah. That's interesting. It does work though. It's really simple. Illustration, transitions. As always, as long as it does the job, and the client is happy with it, and then the people that are watching the website or using the website understand, um, then yeah, yeah. I mean, Rive is basically an animation tool, so yes, any animation related things would be available in Rive. Specifically, if it's static image based things, and if it's like with some of the newest version of Rive and their like SVG filters and other transition things that they have just added, like that will just make sense. So yeah, I just wish it was easier to access. Like once you open the app for the first time, you kind of don't know what to do and how to do anything compared to any uh, motion design tools because it's not the same. Like this is more of a game design tool than a motion design tool, but like it's a bridge in between the two, so it makes sense. I'm always blown away by what they have created, but I just don't get it. I don't get it. But no, you did great. You did great on this. uh, sorry, but that timeline is bad. I'm thinking some of the breaks that I'm seeing is because of this. Yes, it was. God damn. Why am I so dead? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna refill my water bottle. 1 second. Or two, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna do that in order, right? Otherwise, it makes no sense. The chair took cover. The chair took cover. And cyber theme is kind of weird though, but it's fine. So you know you did good. You did good on this. And today, it seems some of my posts about Figma. I mean, it seems when I'm talking about liquid glass, uh, I'm getting more views. And so this one, 160 for today, is kind of bigger than usual, which is basically some of the point that I wanted to kind of make on today's stream. Sketch just announced in beta a lot of the native new features that iOS 26 is bringing, including liquid glass, including concentric corner radius, which is really good, including other things. And my point in there is roughly the fact that my take, and that this is an assumption, I don't know, because Apple has released iOS 26 files for Sketch and not for Figma. I'm guessing Sketch and Apple have worked together to figure out how to build the UI itself. The fact that Sketch is macOS only, with access to the design through Windows and browsers and all that, kind of give me the impression that they will have access to native macOS features to bring or create liquid glass in like a snap of a finger because it is native to the platform. So that, with the fact that Apple has released the files, kind of implies to me that Sketch and Apple have worked together to figure out how to implement it in the design files or in the design tools, but also themselves. So that's an interesting point. We'll see if this one blow up like the other one that I had. Um, but yeah, other one being this one that is still getting traction and I don't understand. I I don't I don't understand. Oh, I see. I see why we have issues on the PCs because Windows is trying to install an update. Uh, that makes no sense. But yeah, like that makes no sense to me. It died down, no questions, right? It's going down, but god damn, why so many? Why so many? Um, Gonna have an app ID again. Good job. The lack of inspiration. I don't know how it should look like. That's a different question, but yeah, cool. How helps you to train practical English with an AI avatar? There is so many of these already, but why not? Um, I don't know if I can key for the S. 君のポリス No. Uh, let me check. Let me check something. I haven't been there in like ages. I don't know if Takao is still at that company. Um, one of the companies that I almost worked at when I was in Japan is this one, which is called it. it I can't pronounce it. I can't pronounce it. Um, Basically, their ID or their things was LangX, which is an avatar for Japanese people specifically that use AI to teach them English for speaking. And their avatar is reacting to your speech patterns, to the thing that you're doing, and so on. So that's similar to what you're saying, I think. So maybe take a look at it. They have a version that is in English, don't worry about it. But I should have a link. I should have linked this. But yeah, this is one of them. I know that I hope I would have access to these. Um, Again, going back to Xiangshu because it's really good, and this is Chinese that are learning English. Like there is a lot of people in there that are building apps, obviously, that are learning English, and so there is to my overall day-to-day feed a lot of things that are also ass. So I'm gonna just say that for you to not see this. Uh, I have been seeing some of them that are really, really good looking and that you might take as reference. Maybe. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. I think this one is pretty good. It opens the right thing. It doesn't. God damn it. I forgot. Like shaped like this. This one is really cute. It's a bit of a mix of practice, habit building, and other things. Obviously, it's written in Chinese, I know, but you can kind of have some sort of an idea of how things could look. Like, for example, another one I'm looking for or toward for inspiration is going to be this one, which is really, really cute. The illustration style is really nice. The pastel, again, I've been talking about for the past few months, is there. This is like weight and lifting activity, practice, habits, and so on. But they use like this really, really cute tiny duck goose thingy. That's one of them. I know we have like another one that is like same ducks. They like goose, ducks, things. I don't think I have them right there. It's been a while. Maybe it's this one. I think it might be that I've seen in the past. This cat that is used as an avatar for learning words and vocabulary in English. That might be something interesting as well. I don't know the name of the app though. That wasn't on this one. Ah, that's the one. Mira is one that is for Japanese, but it's also like for language learning in general. And it has, if I remember correctly, some sort of a not avatar, but like speaking ability. So that's that's an option. The other one that I feel like I remember, but right now, obviously, because I don't remember. Ako si Yash. Hi, welcome in. How are you? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I am tired. I'm yawning for the past 15 minutes, which makes absolutely no sense, but it happens. So Mira is this. I don't know if it's just for Japanese though. Maybe it is. From what I can see, I think it is, which is fine. But you would have a bit of an inspiration of how it looks. Other, I think it's Tinga. Is it? No. Um, let me see. Let me see in my notifications. Not there though. Hmm. Um, do that. Do that. You're probably gonna do that when I'm sleeping, to be honest. What's the name? Yeah, Pingo. That's the thing. I hate it. But that's the new kid on the block, and I hate it with all my life for a lot of reasons. Uh, but yeah, basically the thing that they have here is this thing that is supposed to represent the AI avatar, which is basically ChatGPT in the background, and I understand their point, and yes, it is some of the easiest, best way to get fluency on the language because your goal is to speak and understand speech and be able to speak. And it makes sense. The thing that I hate about it is that it's for Japanese specifically, and on my TikTok feed, it's mostly Japanese learners. So that makes sense that I'm seeing this. Um, the AI sound wrong. And I'm not saying that because um, it's a competitor to my own app, right? Because it kind of is, but it's not. It's just it's just wrong. It's the same thing as if I was saying um, hello as a regular greeting with the low being higher pitch compared to the hello, which is the hey is like kind of peach is pretty important in Japanese because hashi and hashi is different. It's two different words. I know it's so subtle in terms of right now just pinpointing this word specifically um, is something like you have ame and ame. Like one is rain, the other one is kandi or candy. That is the type of thing. It's these AI system don't really work for that. Khalil, welcome back.
TG underscore Khalil raided my stream with 16 viewers.
That's weird. How was your first stream after 16 years? How do you feel? Is it good? It was a long ass stream again. You came back to 7 to 7. Again, that is impressive. Congrats. Welcome on. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, today is an all day, which means that we are in a review day. So if you have any design
Dead
question,
Kale is now
any
following.
project that you want me to take a look at, feel free to ask questions, and I would love to take a look. Yes. Can is pretty good, yes. Yes. We like it. And that's all. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't know if you came from the raid. If you did, appreciate it. As always, if you need to go lay down, eat something, drink something, take care of yourself, do that. But if you want to stay, have a bit of a chat, have a bit of a review, and so on, feel free to do so. Redwagon, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? Yeah, good. Good, good, good. Does it work now? Does that work now? It does. It does. Good. Uh, I'm working on the thing that don't work, which is this section of myself for the app. um, anything that is related to the analytics of your progress inside of what you've done for the past, and so on. Um, yeah, 100%. That's it. It's a Friday. It's Fridays, all days, just it's the good day for that. The other day I'm doing it anyways, but yes. So yeah, I'm working on this thing to have like a bit more data analytics things regarding your progress and your practice and so on. And so the data is kind of slow to load for things that are heavy, like this one specifically is really heavy, but then you have like a ton of informations that not necessarily are good, but are there. And you know, that's uh, that's the type of shit that I need to work on, and I've been working on that for the past few days, struggling with it, but it's worked now, kind of, to an extent. So, you know, um, it's interesting. It is interesting. Also, the upgrade is not supposed to be there. So yeah, that's where we are. Still, no job, no Japan, no visa. Uh, some users, not enough, but some users. Um, and yeah, it happens. Yes, Chris. So you're telling me that this is an encrypted, anonymous, collaborative Markdown editor that is secure, real-time team writing, which sounds like a lot of buzzwords, but I understand. I understand. Um, you go back to the chat because I read slow. Still doesn't that didn't change. I'm still really slow. Um, I see. So it's a real-time WebSocket shaped type of situation where both sides are working at the same time, I'm guessing. And so that probably mean that if I do some, I mean, technically not this one, right? It's that type of situation. Yeah, I see. I see. I don't know. I don't know Markdown well enough. Um, but yeah. Hmm. That's interesting. Design wise, you're okay. I feel like also yes, that is true. We were talking about a bug on iOS 26 a second ago, uh, which I can show you because it's right there. Basically, on the latest version of the preview app, when you look at the bottom section right here, you can see that on scroll when I'm scrolling down, I'm getting these artifacts on the edge of my pixels. It's not supposed to happen, but it still happens. And that is the type of every pixel that I see. Yes. Me? Agency position? I haven't. I'm not. I haven't had a position in agency. I don't. Not me. Not me. Girl. You take a look at that on the side. Um. So yeah, Chris, going back to this, and then I'm gonna re-rail myself, if I can. So yeah, Pingo is the newest thing, which is closer to what you are trying to do, um, and that is an interesting thing. I don't think it's gonna be financially sound to get an AI avatar that is speaking back to the user. Um, The only one that is good is the one that runs on your machine. Obviously, I forgot. There is one that is like open source on device and 200 millisecond of delay in between starting. Like it's a text to speech type of situation that kind of works. So that could work, but there is like a ton of work to be done in order to make the AI feature conversational in a way that makes sense. So yeah. Uh, no, no. In the past 2 weeks, I have been active on LinkedIn. That's it. Um, I just decided to take some time to become more active in there and ensure that my presence on LinkedIn has a lot more uh, impact or recognition than what it is right now. And so I've been posting a lot more. So that might be the reason. And then maybe it's this one where I talked about the fact that all the startups are just adding AI to something and then said that it's revolutionary. Other than that, oh, you probably have been talking about this one. Yeah. This was in 2013. 14? 14. This was in 2014. This is an event from 2014. Um, the content type that I have kind of planned um, is can related so that I can market my own app, dev related with AI because I that's what I'm doing, design related, pessimistic related, and personal related. So I have like at least 3 to 5 different topics that I can touch on every day to have at least a post per day. Um, that is related to specific domains and things. So related is going to be when I see something that just doesn't make any sense, like this. People that are saying that Figma has been so fast to create something and then they don't deliver, or liquid glass that is just bad when they have presented it, and so on. And then trying to make sure that all works. But yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair assessment, Stony. Uh, I don't mind because I don't really look at the number all the time. I appreciate when we have more people for sure. But at the end of the day, it's the discussion I have with the people that are in the chat that counts more than the number of people that are there. So um, it is really accessible. That's the thing. That's the thing. So yeah, nonetheless, Chris, that's about it. Mira could be interesting. Might be interesting. There is a lot of others that exist in the language learning that are interested as well. And again, based on me and the platform that I'm using for um, like getting inspiration, Xiaongshu being Chinese, I'm going to have Chinese related stuff, which is different. And I'm going to have like Pinterest related stuff that is like different location and so on. As soon as I started using these references based stuff, it's eh, I'm seeing things that most people won't see, so that's different. This one is um, really good. We have it on my phone, and they have won the Apple Awards this year. So basically, what happens is you take a picture of something, it scans the object, it recognizes the object, and it adds the object as a flashcard deck entry so that you can practice with your daily life element. It's really good. It's a bit annoying because you can't really use it if you don't pay for it. But the fact that you have the ability to just take a picture of something, it outlines the content, it gives you the thing, gives you the word in the language that you're targeting with AI pronunciation kind of thing. It's overall it is really good. It is called. Let me just you know open that again. It is called Where you at? There. It is called Capwords. Right there. It's pretty nice. The other one is Mira, as I was saying, and then that's about it for language learning of not Japanese. The other one are going to be not there, there. But you don't care. You talk about learning English, so yeah. So there is plenty of options, and I'm sure you can find it. The current state of things, if you are looking for an AI enhanced avatar that is going to speak to the user in English, I would have the least amount of distraction in the UI. So as direct as it can be. So that's why Pingo kind of works, because you just have the blobs, the ChatGPT blobs in the center, and then you're done. You don't have to think about it too much. And then it, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just ensuring that how can I say that? Uh, God damn. Have a good look. Appreciate it. Can I find it? I can't find it. It might not be available in China, which is kind of annoying. But like the main goal that I'm saying is that it needs to have some sort of an analytics section that makes sense so that the user can know or check what they have learned so far. That's the main point. Um, but yeah, the auto one is one that is kind of good right now. It takes over the personalization or personality of the author is the same thing as the R of the Duolingo. Like they are taking the same playbook. But that's interesting. But yeah, interesting. But yeah, other than that, um, Molten for this one, I don't know. Like, uh, I I don't know, right? I do not know. I don't know how I feel about it. Um, it's fine, right? The header is interesting. I don't know what happens in the background. I don't know why we have things that moves like these. I don't mind it, but yeah, it, eh, yeah. I don't know. To read this or to read the top section like that? Yeah, that's not really accessible. I don't know if it's necessary. Like it's fun, right? These are fun. Uh, less fun. But yeah, I don't know. For a Markdown related thing, I don't know if I would be able to give you any feedback on it because I don't have the knowledge on it. Enough knowledge to just say, yeah, 100%, this is a good idea. Or, no, that's a bad idea. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know. So, that's about it. That's it. That, I hate this website. I'm going to say that right now so that you know that I hate the website. Um, with all my life. Like, there is no question there. I just hate it. Anyways, uh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Not the website that you've made, Imager website. I just hate it. I just hate it. It's shit. It has always been shit. Would always be shit. No, this is really good though. Um, it might be a bit tiny because I can't zoom in enough. That's uh, that's a me issue, right? That's not necessarily a you issue. Um, but this is neat. Your logo at the top is really nice. The dot in red is nice. Um, like all of it kind of makes sense to me. These icons are half debatable. Um, like I feel like they pull me out. That's kinky. They yeah, like there is three colors. You have the green that pops out of nowhere for the first time at the top, so that's kind of weird. And there is the teeny tiny amount of red that are distracting me. But then there is also the fact that most of the font that you have is really pixel based, geometric, square, and then you have these things that are taking a lot of radius and corners and things, and some TDs for some reason, which why not? I mean, I don't mind. I will never complain about some TDs. But yeah, these are cool though. I like this a lot. The padding are good. The font is nice. You might lose some readability with the 04, 03, 02, but yeah, uh, yeah, that works. That works so much better. The reason why I hate Imgur website, first of all, I never know how to pronounce the site name, so that is one of the reasons. The second reason is if you start scrolling or you have someone that gives you multiple images in the same page, and you think that if you type your arrow keys, you will be able to navigate within the array of images that has been given to you. No, you're going to another fucking image, and then you try to go back, and you can't. You need to go back with the URL and not with the arrow keys. And then you lost the placement, and it's just so bad. I just hate it. Um, so, yeah. These are really cute. Like, there is no question about it. I like that a lot. I like the rendering of it. I would say the fact that it is always the same angle might be annoying at times, just because they all look the same except the record in the center. Um, if you had the ability to get something like a 3D rendering of it, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. But, you know. Eh. No, you're good. Overall, you're good. The tiny details of the dividers that you have, the tiny details on the buttons, the spacing you have on most of your things, except the arrows for these paddings are really good. Um, I don't have much to say other than I don't know. I Again, I don't mind the titties, but I don't really know why. So yeah, probably because I don't know what that character or who that character is. Might be the reason, right? Um, but ah, guns.
You're about to witness the most excitingly different new concept in the history of television.
Hmm.
Listen, what do you hear?
I can't scroll. I know Google and I know my Google search would probably give me some Rule 34 guns to duel underneath the threshold, so I'm going to not scroll at all. But,
One of the most amazing machines.
I like the illustration style that they have for the illustrations. Like that makes sense. That's fun. I don't know about the in-game um, look. It looks kind of half dated, but also it is. But yeah, no. If that's part of the thing and that's like your main game and that's what you want to have in your on your website, why not? I mean, I can't complain. I can't complain about TDs. I will never. I will never. I like these though. These are really cute. The fact that you have that very subtle, small 1 pixel dividers for your buttons and your three elements are basically the same size is pretty good. I would have my text with the same amount of padding left and right that you have on the arrows. So for the arrows, you basically have 1.5 arrow available on the side, and for the text, you just have one. So just a smidge, something that would make it more coherent across the entire thing. Would make a lot more sense for me. And with that, I would probably say on the other side, on this side, the space in between your text and your next image is a tad small. Like it's really similar to the padding we have here. So if someone doesn't really pay attention, you don't like if I'm here, for example, you don't really know if the go to home page and then I have the phone as the icon and then message me and I have the camera with the icon that is linked to it. So that's the thing. Also, now that I'm reading this because I haven't since now, uh, having the camera and the thing that is music next to it, I don't know if that makes sense. You know, if you made the icons yourselves, um, I would do like a record vinyl thing right there. Because again, with your style or with the style that you have, uh, I see. With the style that you have here, you have the ability to create like an icon that is representative of these record players. As maybe the needle in red and the fader in light gray, and then you just have the the disc in the center. Uh, that could work. But yeah, no, this is really good. That page specifically is really good, and that one is debatable. The reason it's debatable is because of the image. That's it. The rest is good. The rest is good. Your tiny dividers that is right here that most people on stream will probably not see because it's too small, like me, um, is interesting. And then these are your past projects, I'm guessing. Um, you have 4 pages. Yeah, I would go with the X-rayed image style for this one as well, which I don't know how you call in English, so I'm not going to attempt it. Yeah, that that's what I said. You could, to be honest, this um, might work if you get like a remove background situation. So if you didn't know what I just did, uh, one of these, but better, right? So that it takes the right things. Could be an option out of here. Maybe to have the pile of gold, not gold. Um, yeah, the legs are gone. The fruits are gone. I would still keep the coins at the top for sure, because it makes sense. But yeah, um, yeah. If you could have that as an X-rate version, I would rather have this at the bottom, just because this is pulling me out of the experience. I know. Like you're all really black and white and red, black and white and red with some colors, but it's not like too drastic. And a lot of these things are also visually reversed in terms of negative photo style. So this could be inverted, this could be inverted, this could be inverted as well. This is weird, but it's fine. And then I'm arriving here and I'm like, what the fuck? Why? So yeah, no, otherwise, I don't have other things to say much, to be honest. You did good. You did pretty good. Um, I'd love to see how it looks in responsive. I'd love to see different potential things. The example that I have in my head for these are going to be, let me see if I can find this. Um, it's the orange one. I'm probably not going to see it in the first, some of the first-ish 3D websites that we've used and referenced. Uh, that song is slapping a tad hard. Just a tad. No, it's a nice song. It's a nice song. It's the type of thing that I'm listening to. So, it happens. It happens. I just need to not stop talking, because if I stop talking, you hear the music, but at least when I'm still talking, you can not hear it. I can't find the fucking thing that I'm looking for, though. That's sad. Um, it is a very yellow-ish website with a very, very specific design overall, and I can't seem to find it. It is really good, and it has some of the elements that I have in my head for uh, the ID that I have for these record players that you have. The main thing is the record player should react to your cursor positioning. So roughly, I'm going to do that. It's going to be faster. Uh, Similar to what I have on my website, where I have my scroll heads that are just following me. If your record players could have some sort of a 3D rotation-ish type of thing that just follow a bit, not too much, but like just a bit of follow of where the cursor of the user is positioned, that could be interesting just because it's fun. It's also help the users, like that could happen. I'm seeing this as an option just because I see that as a high potential right here. Maybe just having it with a single axis rotation. Um, I think in general, I would say in general, where it just go through the entire thing. But yeah, um, because it's simple. Like you probably have seen some of these as presentation from Spline or from other platforms where basically just, like it doesn't it doesn't cost anything in terms of you putting things in place. Like it's just you find or you create the 3JS element that you want to have with potentially like a property for the image, and that's about it. Kane, hi, what morning? How are you? Good midday, lunchtime thing. Eh, it's good. Everything is good. So yeah, something like this could help if you use or if you want to use Spline in general, like that might uh, just be easier to start with something and then have a 3D element on your platform. Spline is gonna be the lightest, I would say. Um, but yeah, I don't know. What do you have as an interaction right now? Like, do you have an interaction? Is it just on click it plays? Um, yeah, you don't have VODs when you are DJ because you don't have music rights, I think, as far as I remember, unless you have your license, DJ license type of thing. What is it today?
Foss Unleashed raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Possible call in. How are you? How's the day going? And thanks a lot for coming here. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the raid. If you don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, and Penguin, welcome in. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate it. And yeah. Key 3S, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Um, yeah, I mean, if you have this as an option in terms of, um, again, if you're doing this with Spline, and Spline is going to be the tool that we have, at least for me, you can have follow um, and you can have on hover activities. Alternatives to communities. I see. I see. I don't know what it does because I'm not a dev, but yeah, well, call in. Nonetheless, as always, if you have any question, feel free to ask. No deving today. Today is review day, but also no dev me. No dev me. Me dev this, and I'm struggling with data presentation for the past months and data gathering in general. Like the slowness of this is just killing me. I understand. I understand. It needs to load 10,000 fucking things, but yes, it happens. Um, so yeah, you could do the thing that you are talking about, like going back to my initial example or common example for can right here. I had this as a plan and it didn't work. But the plan is this, where on scroll, and you can't really see that because it doesn't really work, the phone would have moved into a different position and so on, but then you could still interact with the elements on the phone itself. And so that could have been something that I have on the landing page. Right here in the beginning, that was the idea to have it right here and interactive, and then on scroll just move. But I couldn't do that, so I just did a fucking image instead. Because That is faster. Same thing here, just simple videos of stuff. In the beginning, I wanted to have the 3D representation of what I wanted to have, but I'm tired, so no. But yeah, that's something that you could do pretty easily in Spline, having like these turntable um, follow the cursor with on the z-axis. Like basically, you make them flat, and then they will rotate based on cursor positioning, and then maybe on hover, you could have something going back to the spline because it's gonna be the easiest. If I just create like an empty 3D screen thing, and I just use this one because this one works. Um, have a good rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. So, yes, you would probably either have to make the model of the vinyl, the record player, or you would have to find someone that has done it in an OBJ format or something that could work. Um, but Spline is really simple, to be honest. But I mean, you do whatever the fuck you want. Like, for example, if I said that this was, well, this one here had a bit of a state situation, um, and that state situation said that it had a rotation on the dumbass rotation of what, 360, 380, 180, let's say 180, 180 degrees, right there. That's a state. And so base state, regular state, right? So it doesn't really change shit. I could have an event that is on start, it just does a transition. My transition is stating that it is like a linear transition with a loop of infinite. If I do a loop of infinite, I'm probably gonna need some sort of a longer state, like a 360 rotation right there. That makes sense. And then that transition is going to take 5 seconds for some reason. And now that means that this thing is just going to rotate all the time. So, that's a very simple thing, but I can't have any rotation or event or other things happening. Maybe this one, for example, has also a state, which would be like your needle on the record player, that says that state right here is going to be somewhere around here. I'm just making it like really, really fast. And my event is not going to be on start, but it's going to be on mouse hover. So while hovering, I just have a small transition that goes from base state to state. And that takes, I don't know, let's say 1 second, it's fine. And it doesn't have a loop or anything. And so now I'm just having my thing just rotating, but then on hover, I have the needle that just moves. Again, 6 clicks, done, nothing else to do. So that rotation thing could be the needle placed in one position, state A goes to state B, and that's about it. Like, it's really, really simple. And then your record player itself, like the whole object, could have follow through as well. Sorry, just having fun with the way that it's broken. But yeah, I would say that's the whole thing. Like, if I were to do that, and then can I group that? I forgot. Why can't I see shit? Sorry. Huh. It's going down now. Ooh. But yeah, all of these things could have like another event that is added on top of this, and that event is just a very simple follow or look at, and look at can have like a thumbnail that is at 1,000, and to look at on the z-axis so that it's looking at me, and then if I'm hovering, it's just going up, and so on. It should, you know, have a bit of a weird ass thing, but that could be like your overall situation for the whole record player. Nonetheless, you know, small stuff. Small stuff, easy stuff could work, could be an option just to bring things in and to make uh, the interface a bit more interactive, fun, good looking, different, all that at once. It could. Could. And there is plenty of record players that already exist. Like this one looks pretty cool. Not, not gonna lie. It looks kind of similar to the one that you already had. God dang. Yeah, no, like that. That's cute as fuck. And it already has shading. It already has the thing that you want to have, and you know, apparently you can drag and place things on top, and it already has a transition. God damn. And it plays the sound. Ah. God damn. I mean, you can't hear it, but yeah, no, that's crazy. So yeah, you could do that. You could use that. You could use that as a model because it's basically the same. Um, and you already have some sort of a transition between the two things where you have the ability to see or have the needle do its transition. This might be a bit too slow, but you know, like, why not? Going back here, this one is really cute. This one is nice. There is only 8 of them, so you know, whatever. But this looks like the same thing, just a different style, and it feels like it's the same person. Um, but oh, you can open and close. That's crazy. Yeah, this one doesn't rotate, which is pretty impressive and sad. But it's probably the same thing. Anyways, that's the only thing that I would change in terms of design on this. I do like the rendering that you have here a lot. Like I'm not gonna lie, this is really good. I think the texture is nice. It works with this. This doesn't work for me. The spacing in your header could have a bit more space. The spacing in your page navigation top section here could have a bit more space around your text. And other than that, you did good. You did good. The space here would fuck with the face, probably. You will probably reach around here, so you would need to move that character a tad on the side. But yeah. uh Did you forget the T on this one? Or is it my dyslexia that is taking over and I can't read? I see. Even then, I mean, if I can't read it, I can't read much, but you know, um, is that dummy text as well? If it's dummy text as well, that's fine. Otherwise, you would like to ensure that your if doesn't have a space at the front. Like your first letters have an indent that is not like a tab, like it's just a space, and that's kind of bad. Make sure that you avoid that. Um, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like it's such a small detail, but it still looks like, which is fine. It's fine. You could play with it. But you know, other than that, because this is probably like a component that would impact the bottom one as well, so that's good. And yeah, no, good job. I would love to see the real website, like the live website, the live version, rather than screenshots, just because I'm sure that there is things that would be impacted by like browsers, screen sizes, rearranging content, and so on. But you know, details. Details. Yeah. Other than that, trademark. Leo, hi, welcome on in. How are you? God damn, that's weird. No. Yes, no. To answer your question directly, yes and no. Uh, Figma Make is not. No. It gave us something. We did one. Where the fuck is this? We did one not so long ago. I don't know if I kept it. I think I trashed it because it was really bad. So, you know, do with that what you want. But yeah, no, I did trash it. Um, they did, they did, but it's shit. Um, we used. I mean, I'm gonna reuse it again, but Figma Site or Figma Make is kind of the same thing. To me, it's just it's bad. If you don't have a design as a starting point, it's kind of bad. And if you have a design as a starting point, it's kind of bad as well. So yeah, if I take my recent draft that we have right here, for example, it is extremely complex. We understand that. We know that. It makes sense. But yeah, um, like this thing, if I import it right there, bitch. Ah, 1 second. Apparently the command C didn't work. Do I need to manually do that? You bitch. God dang. So this is like an event um, leaderboard page with both teams competing, right? I can't type for anything, so I'm just gonna use that. That's the plan. That's the thing. Um, no, not copy as a PNG. That's the thing. It needs to copy as a Figma file so that it just understand what it is. But then what happens is really weird to me, right? Because we already have the code. I have been saying that, and I'm saying that every time we talked about Figma Make. Right now, it's recreating the code that it thinks needs to happen to achieve this output. Technically speaking, this whole thing is in a Canva. I get it, but it is still in code. So we already have that element that is a text element that is already a text layer. This thing that is a div group type of situation that is in an auto layout format, which means that it's already in a flexbox. And these things that are a component and so on. So that is already the case, but it doesn't transfer properly when it's there. And so it's struggling to like recreate something because it's using Claude to recreate when it already has the content. Even though it is a Canva environment, we should have the ability to extract the data that we already have to then generate something. But then the output is really good. Nothing to say. It's on point. Like there is no question about, you know, what needs to be there. Like it's perfect. Everything works. So overall, if you have something to do and that something is simple, like I need a landing page for, I don't know, um, uh, for photographer um, in New Zealand. New Zealand. Can I type that? I can't type that. I don't know how to type New Zealand. Hey, right? That is going to be easier because um, it's a very simple structure for something that already exists and that Claude has a lot of ideas of how things are supposed to work. So it will work for like simple elements, simple things. Other than that, if you want like a bigger project made with Figma Make, it's going to be shit. And as we said before, the output is really, really bad. So yeah. Um, yeah, that's good that you can call styles and libraries and things. Um, but like again, like this thing, if I'm going into a title, I should have taken that just to give you a bit of an idea of what happens. Figma in the Figma things have something that is called first draft, and first draft is basically their AI uh, things. So I'm currently on basic sites, and I say I need a landing page for photographer in New Zealand. If I say make it, it's gonna work on creating the design in question that I'm asking for. And the probability of this, that, you know, like it's working. Like I'm not complaining much other than the fact that like it's shit. It's not bad. Like it's for static landing page that needs to have something really quickly for the thing that people are doing like that. Like I have no time and I have no idea. I just want something really, really quickly like that. That's done. That's working. I'm fine with it. Here, that's a bit better. Um, but it works. The thing that I don't understand is I don't know you, and I don't know how you see it on stream. But for me, this is red or brown, like it has a bit of a red tint to it, and it's currently selecting the blue one. That makes no sense. Like that is the part of thing that I'm like, this is in the red, and we are selecting the blue section. Who the fuck are you? Like, uh, no, like we're not in any way, shape, or form in the right situation right here. So, eh, like that's fine, but that's red and that's brown, and you have selected the blue version, which makes no sense. So that's the type of thing that I don't like about first drafts, because you end up with things that are potentially good here and there, but then you can't really go and do some edits with the AI stuff that they have added. But if I'm doing the design with first draft and it's good and I like this, right, and I'm fine with this and I'm okay with that design, cool. I can then copy and paste this and go into make and say, well, I would rather have this design instead of this. Can we change that? And maybe it will say yes, maybe it will say no. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. Um, but you know, that's a way of having the thing. Again, the code itself that we are having from this is not good. Um, the fact that we have pages though is kind of crazy. I mean, pages or sections, but anchors is kind of the first time I'm seeing this. So also that button view portfolio, we are on the portfolio page. Like what the? Oh, like these makes no sense. But yeah, ah, I broke it. I broke the thing. Um, but yeah, like that's a thing of make, and that's basically what it can do, and that's it. Like if you ask it for something that is simple, you will have something that is pretty good for something that is simple, and um, yeah, I do. I need more 7TV emotes. I agree. I just if you have the links to the emotes and you send them in chat and then I just add them, that's an option. That's something that we do often when an emote is required. So, like there is so many issues with how things work in there that that's kind of sad. However, the thing that is good about this, I'm lying so hard. The thing that is good about this is this. Um, this is basically a Figma site. This is something that has been published, is currently live, and is available on the web in a click. Some of my elements, because they are like components, they have their effects. Some of them are broken, some of them are not broken. But that's something that took us 15 minutes. And the main issue that we have with it is the fact that it's trash. Like, there's no way around it. It is shit. The whole system, the whole text system, the whole way they have organized their content is really bad. They have put divs on divs on divs on divs, and sometimes you need to go as up as like 8 to 12 layers of divs to get the parent folder. So that that is a lot, but yeah, the, like look at this deep. Yeah, 7, 6, 7 deep to reach that level of encapsulation when you could just have like one single flex box with, you know, all these. Um, yeah, I wish. They have apparently fixed one of the biggest issue that they used to have, which was that their titles used to have a span for the last letter of the text. So anything that was a title or some sort, like a text line, had to go through um, like just faster, and the R would be in the span that is underneath, which makes absolutely no sense. But that apparently has been fixed, which is, something that is debatable, good. I don't know. It's something. But yeah, like I would say that is the only really good thing about Figma site and Figma Make is that this hosting is free if you have a professional plan. So if you need your website to be live for free with your own domain and you already have a pro plan of Figma and you don't care about accessibility, you just need a fucking landing page for something. Like there is a wedding happening next week and you just need a page that gives you the information. Done. Like instant free nothing. Like that's the only positive thing. However, because it's important to talk about this, it's currently in beta and it's currently free domain hosting, like personal domain hosting and all of that, um, until it comes out of beta. Once it's out, we have limited amount of websites for free and potentially no website for free. And just all websites for free are using these weird ass URLs domain thing. But yeah. Um, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, 7TV, I just I use it, but I don't use it. Like I'm a subscriber officially, so I use it. But then, yeah, I don't really have emote stuff. And yeah, I haven't. We haven't done anything, to be honest, on this one. I can add you as an editor. What's the plan? How do I add editor? Right, just LTD, LT trademark, L trademark. Like right there. That's you, right? That's it. That's all you need. I guess. I don't think you need anything more than this, right? You tell me. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was like manage profile, like your profile. But yeah, you just need this. Like this emote set is the same thing, right? Eh, go ham. Be crazy. I don't know. To be honest, I used it. Uh, I found this one, which is like really close to the colors that I used for my theme in the beginning, and uh, and that's about it. Like at the time when I did that, we had 10 cosmetic things, and now it's just crazy. I mean, I should use this one though right now because I'm peeing with that color lately. That's interesting. Oh well, you're not even in there. Or you are in there. Do I need this? Personal emote set. Oh yeah, cool. Are you in there? You're in there. Cool, huh? Add emotes. I mean, I'm fine with emotes. More emotes is always good. We're good with that. I don't mind. I don't mind. The thing is, I'm not gonna see them 90% of the time because on my phone, because it's the old Android version, I'm not having 7TV installed. And on the prompter, I'm seeing them half of the time. So, eh, eh. But yeah, going back to this, that's the only thing that is good. Like pricing for Figma right now, right this instant, if you are in a pro plan and you want all the features and you have things regarding uh, Figma site or other things, what the fuck is they? It's not there. It's not even written. That's crazy. That crazy. It was in the thing when we were talking about it last months, 2 months ago, when they announced it. It doesn't really matter. Basically, the thing is, you have like an unlimited for now, and then you will have limited later. So for now, use as much as you want. Host your own domain, your own website right now. And if you have a paid plan, paid seat, and I would say once that's done and you just link your Figma site file to a proper domain, you should probably retain that link even when it becomes paid. So if you can do that unlimited right now, so that domain name is linked to a Figma site thing as an option, maybe in the future you don't have to pay for it. So that's my thing. Just bankrupt Figma, please. Please. Um, yeah, it was written around here, but it's not there now. God damn it. Ah, it's fine. Yeah, they removed Figma site from this thing, so they probably already have removed some of their non-limitation stuff that they have. But yeah. Yeah, anyone that has the 7TV or Chatterino or BTTV plugin would see the emotes anyways, which is good. I think even my chat, like, they kind of sees it. I think. I think. I forgot. It's been a while. Nonetheless. So that's Figma site slash Figma Pro thingy make whatever. Um, is it's okay, but it's not good. And first draft is way more efficient and way more impressive than whatever Figma site and Figma make is, and no one knows about it, which is pretty good. We like that a lot. Yeah, that's I would say that's the thing. The other stuff that I had in the planning for today for review, because we have had stuff happened. Let me see if I can go back to where we stopped last time. Uh, we talked about this, we talked about that, and then we stopped somewhere around here, I think. We had that popped in, and it was really nice because it looks similar to what I have added in there. What back? Um, I see it improving as fast as the LLM that they use. So it's probably gonna be kind of fast. They are using Claude 4 for now, but Claude is really bad visually speaking. Like it's really good code wise, but it's really bad visually speaking. But because code wise we're using Tailwind and React, visually speaking it's okay. So I don't see Figma like im improving upon it too much. I see Claude as in the model improving upon it much. But yeah, it's the same thing as Cursor for me. Like these are not necessarily improving upon the IDE itself, like the code editor. They are basically just saying the new model is a bit better, and then we implement something that is visually more interesting, or the system commands are more efficient, and therefore it works. But that's about it. Like it's not gonna be good really fast. So yeah, I see, Stoney, I see. Um, so yeah, so this was really nice. I do like their presentation for the the timeline of icon things. The reason why I talked about it is because we had them, uh, I think, somewhere along the line of. Is it in assets? It is. These ones that I made for Can and the progress of. So, right, you have the check that just grows in color while it's growing through. It's a bit sad because on iOS I'm using it in yellow, which is not good for uh, name, brain, light mode. God damn. Holy shit. Yeah, it's not really good for light mode, but it works when I'm on other things for dictionary related elements. My entry cells right there. If I go into the progress, studying progress, which is right here, I'm supposed to have, uh, instead of yellow, for example, here it would be easier to have that in orange. Um, it happened. I had glitched for a bit. Or was it working? Brain said no. But yeah, I should use orange here instead of yellow, to be honest. Um, just for accessibility purposes and so on. Right? That makes sense. It's still not going to be that readable on light mode, to be honest, which is sad, but it's going to be better than what I currently have. So that tiny thing in yellow was not visible, so now that is more accessible. Small details, that happens. Um, I don't know. I don't know, Sony, as well. I know I wasn't expecting anything. It is, but that's just the preview, so it doesn't really matter. I don't really care. I just needed to work on light mode, like that's the thing. But no one should use their phone on light mode. It still works though, which is fine. It's not. Right here we have an off-white on the container, and the sad thing that you probably can't see is that also that probably is a flashbang. Um, there is a container inside of the outside. There's a container inside of the outside container, yes, and that is off-white. This one is a bit more blue than this one that is a bit more gray. And you probably can't see that. And I need to make sure that this doesn't exist because this is shit. This container is useless. Useless. So that is there. No. That is here. Where's that container though? That's the thing. That's not the one. Wrong. That's the plan. Yeah, Carol, that is the plan. It's just the system doesn't like it. That's the thing. The thing is, accuracy overview doesn't exist. That's not the one I'm looking for. I mean, this is not the fucking thing that I want. I want this, but this is not. Thing. Right here. I have a padding of 8. The thing is, if I remove my padding of 8 right here, that's gonna break. And the fill is the thing that I want to remove. Anyways. I don't want fills like this. This is bad. Why is it not? You know what? I'm gonna use. That's not gonna compile. Oh, it does. Impressive. Impressive. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm lying. This is bad. This is really bad. That loading every time is just, I mean, it is the preview. It's because of the preview. I know, but yeah. That's so much better. The padding is a bit stronger. Might have to change that. Um, it is okay. Like I would probably need, or I will probably need to update that. I'm gonna change that to be honest. Um, my overall price count. Here. This one is gonna 16. Uh, maybe, maybe. Let's see. Let's see. It looks pretty good. I did a good job. Obviously, I'm gonna pat myself on the back for this one. I did a pretty good job at it, ensuring that it kind of works. That's almost good. I feel like that overall progress could benefit from title 3 instead of headlines. But it might be a bit too big. Might be a tad too big. No, that's better. That is better. So the base of the nav. Shit, I should have switched that. We're gonna zoom in. Maybe, I don't know if it loads. It depends. It's not gonna load. I'm gonna say that. Ugh. That nav bar in light mode is pretty nice. Right now it's using like a transparency of the primary color. And so what I did is I reverted for light mode specifically, ensuring that it's lighter and less transparent so that you still have the accessibility and recognizance that it has a background or something. What I know though is that as soon as I transform this to not use the native material from iOS, which is currently theme material, and I'm using liquid glass, um, instead, it's gonna have a lot more issues here and there. So that um, that's gonna be a bit of the thing. Um, it is. It is. You can see that a bit better in some spaces where there is like less distraction in the center. But that's bad though. That's a bit too much of a visual cue that you need to click on that to take a look. Denny, welcome back. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Uh, so yeah, so this was pretty nice. Also, that was a big ass derail. This look really good. I like the gradient that we have on these cars. They are really glassy and they look, um, again,
Mom!
not the same, but kind of the same vibe, specifically when you're on this one that has the transparency thing. So if I were to redesign them, I would probably do that here and do something similar to this. That would make sense because it looks good. This was just a base thing, same thing that's for Yan. As always, these ones were cute. this is impressive as fuck. That doesn't mean anything to a lot of people around here, but this thing is an like AI battle royale type of situation where you have six LLMs running in your CLI, and the task was the same for Paul, and basically started at the exact same time for Paul. And the goal here was, or the task ahead was, find and kill the other processes and stay alive, basically. And so all of these uh, had their head start with the exact same thing, and it's impressive to see how things happen um, like this with open code that has been released on Monday. That is a new version of the CLI interface for like your LLMs and all that. That is just so much faster than the rest. It's probably like a split second difference. If you take a look at the just before the red out, like somewhere around here, some of them are about to uh, do something, and some of them are just like already killed, basically. So that was impressive. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Nothing more than this. This was the same thing as I said on Wednesday, where a lot of people are using the exact same animation for the initial load of the page, which I'm using on Can as well. But yeah, nice, simple thing. A lot of people are trying to do some liquid glass related stuff. I kept this one because that representation is really good. ISO. And you know, it's a nice representation of potential of the section you have practice more, less, whatever. I don't know if I will implement something like this, but could happen. This app is really cool. I don't know if it's a real app or not. I don't know if that person has created for real, for or not for real, but they have done this really interesting app icon in time page, and it looks really good. And I kind of like what they did, specifically this. Obviously, that curved thing is really nice. That curve is really nice. What do you say? You sent a picture, god damn it. You sent 16 picture, god damn it. Uh, you showcased different things in terms of reporting in a circular layout. I like the second one a lot. Um, I understand why the last one got rejected, but I do like this, Mary. Overall, I think this is pretty good. I don't know how practical it is, though. Um, I I mean, this is much better than this. This is not good. Let me be clear on this one. This one, not great. Um, this one would be the animation, right? Um, I guess. I think your best bet right here is gonna be Yuan, as always, just because, it's just it's just gonna help. Um, so you're currently doing or trying to do some data visualization for a small element, and specifically something that is kind of circular based on the image that you have. In here, you will just find presentation and representation of data in many, many forms, specifically in forms that are tiny. So if you're looking to have a bit of an idea of how to represent some data and progress and things in a way that is interesting or working for a circular environment, you will find things um, in there that will probably help. But yeah, yeah, it is really similar. I agree with that. You already, I mean, you have like 4 dimension or you have 3 dimension. You have 3 dimension. You just have price at the bottom, uh, attrition. Attrition? What is attrition? And then reserved. So you also have something that doesn't work in terms of logic. So if your 80% is around here and your 67% or 67 is here, like it's as if your starting point was there and going up and here and going up, which is not the usual. They should all go in the same direction, like clockwise. So if it's just 67 and you want to have, like, I would go from starting point here to somewhere around the middle or something, I don't know, same thing here, starting here, going at the bottom. And then this one is kind of empty, so I don't know if that would be useful for you to have like 3, but not display everything. Um, Nonetheless, the old Watch OS things, specifically when they worked on the Apple Watch Ultra. Denver, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's your day going? You may have things like this, for example, that might be similar to the thing that you just did, right? That the same concept, the same ID, but you can see how the elements are not necessarily taking the same uh, visual space. Like if the attribution reserved things, 67 is not the same amount or the same importance as the estimated cost. You may benefit from um, like having one of them that is like bigger. You could also do like a range like this with your ticks that are bigger, um, if that's the thing that you want. But yeah, again, there is like a ton of options in Yuan page, and that would probably help you to get some IDs to figure things out. Like if I'm looking at this, for example, these ones have a lot of data in a a small array. Again, I'm currently biased toward circular because your first image is circular. So if you want something that is different and non-circular because you don't want it to look the same as the other ones, you can go with something that is a bit more rectangular, something that is a bit more different. And going back to the initial small widgets that we have, some of the latest one that we have might have representation that works for you for these types of things. Most of them, not necessarily. This is mostly like temperatures and others, but why not? Why not? Um, like shit like this, maybe. I know that you like the small details that could come from this as well. Um, but then it depends. I don't have enough information right now to understand what this is. Like that's gonna be my take. Like I see this, but I don't know what it's linked to. I don't know what it's supposed to represent entirely. I don't really understand what would happen, what should happen, what the user needs to perceive when they look at the animation for the first time. Um, so all of that like is a lot of information that I don't have, and therefore it's kind of hard to do. It's kind of hard to do. And then if you want like template, I mean, you should do templates. I mean, I'm guessing it's a long story, yes, for sure. But if that's your output right now, do you need to end up with all the values on the same page? Or can it be value A switching to value B, switching to value C, switching to value D, without retaining value A, B, and C? Hmm, good word. Maybe. Nah. Mm. Nah. Um, hmm, I don't know. I think you should um, probably go with something that is more square and not circular, because that seems to be where you are currently stuck. So maybe try something a bit different in that department, like saying, uh, you know what, we're gonna go square, we're gonna go rectangle instead to see. Um, maybe it will help. Uh, let me see if I have some here. Uh, in between the TDs. Sorry, force of habit. I mean, I know I have had some in here that were pretty good for representation. Um, yeah, I mean, you should for sure, but god damn, good find. Um, can I find the cards thingy? I guess some card is gonna help if I find him. Uh, yeah. Like again, I'm gonna go back to this. We looked at this earlier today. This one is mostly a matter of how things look, but it's not like the data is not as strong as it should be or can be. You can see that the background has this gradient, there is these icons over, and then there is the activity because it's an activity tracking thing, and the top has this title with the teeny tiny like stars on the sides, and so on. Um, so that's a representation that you could have with the IDs if you have just three data, but it seems you have a bit more than that. So this one is one of the options. Um, there is also, let me see if I have saved them. Maybe um, like charts are not necessarily going to be good for you for what you're trying to achieve. So right now you are kind of stuck in this donut charts representation because you are in circular mode. I guess if you went into something that is a bit more um, like Alien Pixel, that they have made something like this could work in terms of presenting the data. But also, again, this is additional thing. It's specifically if you start with cost or you end with cost, it seems as if you are adding things that are related. So complicated to render or present. Um, I've had one that was really nice. And obviously, every time that I'm looking for them, I can't find what they have created. So that's sad. Uh, yeah, this one is kind of similar. Like it's rings, Apple rings type of situation, which is not exactly what you want. Right? I think you would be better with something like this, but you could do that. Personally speaking, you could do uh, just a rectangle or a card with 4 cards inside with a bit more data. But again, it really, really, really depends on what you want the user to perceive in the animation in the transition. Um, like, do you want the people to know the data, or do you want the people to know and see the animation? Like, um, because something like this could work in terms of representing something like a data representation in a pitch, right? It kind of works, but yeah, like I really have a hard time with the data that you are showcasing specifically on this one because of attrition, which I don't know what that is. Reserved, I don't know exactly what it referred to, and then estimated cost is the biggest one. So from an outsider point of view, I know what plan does, and I'm already biased on this one because I know what they do. But as a potential client, I don't want to know how much it's going to cost. Or I don't want to see this fucking line and say, holy shit, it can go very expensive. And therefore, I'm not going to do there or go there, right? It's just, I, I would love to have the thing that makes sense to me as someone that is planning stuff or planned to ensure that the main point of the use case is what I see as the biggest data. So if the planification of event is the main thing and you have like reservations, that is your main selling points, I would have my 67 reserved at the bottom and then the estimated cost somewhere around here, something that is smaller. It doesn't take as much space and doesn't distract me as much. Like this is basically the only text that I'm looking at, which is kind of crazy. Like I open my eyes, I see this, and I don't go up, I go down because I saw a fucking dollar sign. That's the eye path that happened for me. I saw this and then goddamn 74K. What? And then by like guess, I guess. I'm seeing this range and this range with these two things. I know it's not limited, but it's the same thing. And maybe this is like in the middle and it's not supposed to be here, but nonetheless, for that screenshot, I'm seeing this range being here at 74, and then I'm seeing all of that is still available. So my brain went basically into if that half is 74K, that means that half is 74K as well, which means that is 140K again. So I basically have a potential of paying 280k, 300k for something. I don't know if I want to do that. So that um, that's the thing that I my brain just stopped it. It's just like that's hard. That's a very very hard situation where I'm like, I don't know. I'm seeing things and I don't know if it's a good idea. But yet, I mean, something like this could work in terms of representing the cards or representing some elements, for sure. Because, you know, it's pretty simple. I guess Nanny might have something that is pretty good for you for that. Um, God damn it. Some of the widgets that she's been making lately have been pretty impressive in terms of data. So the subathon, I think it's this one. Nope. I think it's this one. It's not the one I'm looking for, but not the presentation that I'm looking for specifically. God damn. I guess shit like this could work in terms of presentation. Uh, Obviously, this is like Twitch related, so we have stuff that are a bit different. But like these in presentation make sense. Marmalade. Oh, what one? Thank you for being here 10 times. Congrats on the confettis today. How are you? How have you been? So, you know, like this could be presentation. Um, why? What happens?
Dr. Marmalade and Jung just resubscribed for 2 months. Yippee.
Why? Hi. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Why are you not gonna be here for the next 100 days? Are you going on vacation? 100-day vacation is pretty good though. Probably not vacation. What happens? I see. That happens. Well, if life is full ass, I wouldn't have subbed. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. So yeah, then something like this could work to me, right? I know it's not the same vibe at all to what you currently have, but something that is really different. Um, I appreciate it. Um, could help, right? To get something, I would highly recommend you to get out of the Circle WatchOS situation, just because it will make more sense. Otherwise, you will definitely end up with something like this and not really have the option to, you know, uh, get out. So, could not recommend. One of the other one that I've seen and I've been kind of keeping on the side. I think it's been like a bit. This one, for example, I love the representation of metrics. I'm probably going to implement some of these in Can for some of the presentation they have, just because it's so simple but it works that this could be really good. And then going back to this one, if I go into the orange card that we had here, which is really similar to what Notion? No. The Nothing phone have, the Nothing widgets have. Like it's really, really similar. That could work as well. So, yeah. Um, I'm there. That's my website of choice right now. Of choice? That's really not French at all. I don't even know if this link is accessible for anyone, to be honest, because it's Chinese. But uh, Yeah, this website for me is currently my best source of inspiration. Like it's just um, yeah, me neither. I'm not. I'm not a this language speaker. This is Chinese, and on the website you can use the translate page, and it kind of works, and it's pretty good. On the app, they have an auto translate for non-Chinese speaker, so you get basic access to everything, and you can just navigate, and not necessarily interact with the people, but have some sources and resources in there that are 100% coming from a different point of view. So you get things that you probably would have never seen before. It's a mix of Pinterest, TikTok, and Instagram inside of one single app. If you want the um, Pinterest but Chinese, Raban is the one that I use because it's the same. It's a copy, exact copy of Pinterest, um, and it's good. The reason why I kind of kept with it in the beginning was because they have like a UI UX section, and in there it's the same. Like it's the same reason as usual. It's just I'm seeing things I would never see, and that changes my vision of, oh, cool, you can do that in UI. Indeed, like I would have never done that on my own. Like that, no, would have never come to mind in any way. So yeah, yeah. Mobbing is great. I have a I have a discount code. No, I have an affiliate code. Bitch, get me out. I think if you do submission mark mobbing, no. What did I do? I didn't. I didn't do. Apparently, that's what I did do. Yeah, that if one day you decide to pay for mobbing, use that because it's good. Mobbing is limited. I would say that's the similar reality that mobbing is going to be mostly Europe-centric situation where you are not seeing these, like you will never see that. And so that's why I'm going in these websites most of the time. Um, as as always, but also UI related. Um, like so much more content that I would have never seen. And yeah, I mean, I do too. But the thing is, if you are all the time inside of the same bubble, you can't really grow in terms of your personal preferences. Um, so something like this, which is half Western, half not Western, uh, could help you like get a bit of a better idea or inspiration. But yeah, like these accounts are going through research and analysis of apps that exist that they use that they don't use, and just do a lot of things. I need to send them a DM to make them go and go through Can and have like one of their posts posted. But yeah, like most of the time it's Pinterest, Dribble, Behance, and that's about it. And that's about it. Like, I mean, Twitter is kind of impressive, I would say. Um, Like there is a ton of things in there that I do like and use as reference. Like this one is kind of crazy. Lee has been working on this, um, and like I mean, look at that! Isn't that amazing? God damn! Uh, yeah. So yeah, that's the I would say that's the thing. Like that's the situation for inspiration. I would use uh, Twitter for a lot of things, but in order to get like good inspiration on Twitter, you basically need to have um, like a good following, like people that you follow that are good and show you things that are really good. That comes with time. Like shit like this is really good. Inspiration, obviously. Like that's nice. This is really uh, what what can I say? Um, Signalétic or signage situation, like when you have signs to give you direction inside of a museum or something. This is the type of typography, placements, hierarchy that you have. The thing that I don't like about this is the fact that this bitch is not fucking set it in the car. That makes no sense to me. Yeah, but yeah, inspiration. Uh, this one is kind of crazy though. That new feature of Sketch that we talked about earlier is extremely impressive. Uh, I like that a lot. Yeah. What do you mean you can't understand? Uh, yeah, no, Figma is probably going to do this too at some point for sure. But this is like the best thing that Sketch has announced. Um, like this is crazy simple to put in place, but that's really good. Um, I'm gonna reopen the map. Let me show you something simple. I know it's not the same, but I'm currently in color dot red, right here, and I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna do dot graded, and dot gradient is giving me this slightest amount of gradient that we have. That's basically what you need if you want to make it look interesting or look good or look, you know, um, fun for your gradient. Like that that's it. This is Swift UI, basic native dot gradient. And in order to do that inside of Figma, for example, you create your element, you define your color, and then from there, if you just want a very, very slight gradient, when you go into gradient, it's going to create something that is ugly as fuck. That's bad. So your way of doing it is basically adding a layer on top that is going to be pure white, and that pure white with transparency is going to go from 100% white to 0% white. And then you just play with it. I usually do like 24 to 26% opacity, and I have my slight gradient thing like that. It does the trick 90% of the time. Very, very subtle, much better. Just adding that linear gradient on top, nothing else. Like, it doesn't need to be too complex. And if you want something that is like radiused, add your radius. Like, maybe you need a radius of 8, and usually that's what I do. Maybe that's enough, maybe that's not enough. It depends on the shape thing, but whatever I'm using. But I'm getting the effect that I need, and then maybe I want this to look like a candy or something that is kind of physical. I'm going to have an effect that is going to be an inner shadow from the bottom, so -4. And instead of being like really blurred, I'm going to make that 1 of blur. And we have this kind of key situation where the bottom is kind of at an angle. 5 seconds. I have the thing that I need. If I want it to be a bit more soft, just a blur of 2. A small blur of 2. Please. And now the good thing about this is that if for some reason you want a different color, I think it is more blue, I think it is a bit more orange, more green, pink. Most of these are kind of going to work with that overall shape design thingy, because it's thing that you have stacked on top of your initial color element. So it will work most of the time. I could. Sad. So sad. I do. But yeah, Marmalade, that's basically it. If you like it, if you like the design, if you like the way that things are supposed to be made, in terms of rounded, small gradients, all that, it makes sense. Okay, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Don't go back to stream tomorrow. But yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Good. So, going back to where we were, right? If you are looking for better design in general for your inspiration, Pinterest is really good. Pinterest has been really good for a long time. The other options that we have is Dribble, even though it is kind of tainted in terms of the content that we have in there. Is yeah, it kind of. God damn it. The content that we have in here is complicated at times because it's not necessarily feasible, but also it's really interesting and it kind of works. I like that. Pixel for the big emotes. I think the style that you have on your website is pretty interesting, but I don't know if I would use it because it's not the type of thing that I would use in general. So I don't know if I can give you any feedback on it, to be honest. That's the only thing that I'm just debating on. I don't know. But yeah, like these people, Yuan is really good for small elements, small widgets, small things. So if you are looking for things as inspiration, you can use that. If you just look for inspiration as a general thing, Dribble is going to give you things that are not necessarily feasible, but also that's the thing that we used to say. And now most of the thing that we had in Dribble at the time that we used to say this, uh, yeah, how can I say that? We couldn't, but now we can. So these that were like infeasible before are now 3 clicks and done today. So, like these things are production content. This is not necessarily like something that is just dribble made. This is like production content, and that makes sense. I do have something. I see the emotes that is massive, but I also get this in the in the queue, and then on the prompter I have my face in big, and on my chat now I have my face in big as well, so which is pretty good. So yeah, Marmalade, I would do that. Uh, I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe. No. So yeah, if you're looking for things and you're like, I like this design for them, right? Why not? Um, Maybe you like that. Then take a look at it. Take a look at how it has been made, how you can duplicate it, how you can make it better, make it worse. See how the data representation is good, and like maybe that's all you need. Because you like this, for example. Which I do. I will probably do that, to be honest, at some point. Yeah, yeah, maybe. I'm thinking about this section that I was in a second ago, the section of analytics that I have that I'm kind of working on right here. The basics of this bar, this progress bar, streak bar thingy. I have a version that is curved that I made a long time ago, and I feel like it would be beneficial for me to get like something similar so I could reuse the curve for that progress and then put the section in the center, but it also doesn't make any sense when you look at it. So, yeah. We'll see. But it's nice though. Like, it's a nice concept. It's not perfect. Like, the padding is wrong. That's why it's not in the app. That is the reason. Anyways, did that answer the question, Mama about inspiration? I think if you just want something that is looking good in terms of the visuals and that's it, Dribble is going to help you for that. You said, if I remember correctly, you said something along the line of uh, like AI related, somewhere around here. Yeah. Just screenshotting the website that is similar ID to mine and send it to an AI. Yeah. The thing is, if you do that, you're not going to learn necessarily what is good, what is not good, and what you should work on, not work on, and so on. So I would recommend you to not do that, but I also understand why you would do that. If you don't know how to come up with some IDs, or it would be easier to get things. So for example, if you don't need like the very, very specific design related stuff, but you want like a bit more research on how to do the things and come up your own IDs, Behance is going to be a bit better because you have a bit more project behind things. Like this one is a bit crazy in terms of what it is, but if I go into something that makes a bit more sense in terms of research, you will have like more visuals, maybe more research, maybe other things. This was really cool. I think Crosskeys could benefit from this one. I'm gonna save it for later, but you know, like that's the type of thing that you will have on Behance that you can't have necessarily on Dribble. You could, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass. So, having a look. Differently. I was about to say that looks like HelloFresh. That's crazy. It is the same colors, the same concept, except that. But it's Russian. Yeah, like here, for example, you have a lot more research and a lot more explanation of how and why they have decided to go into these directions. Um, Not necessarily saying that you can read Russian or whatever Cyrillic that is, but just having like the implementation and the presentation might be enough. My feed is going to be a lot of Russians and from Kazakhstan, from Ukraine, designers on Behance because they're good. And same thing, like it makes sense to me to get like inspiration from other places, even though they are also extremely Western influenced compared to the Chinese ones. So, yeah. I guess you might be really vibing with, uh, you might be really vibing with HyperOS from Xiaomi. Or, yeah. Like this one is really hard to load, but it's worth it. And most of the content that you will see in there is really good. and it's an OS that is really nice overall. The thing that we are seeing in there, and I'm obviously unbiased on this one, um, but the thing that Apple have been released lately are implemented in Xiaomi phone better. So Russian text, like the thing that I was on a second ago. It's like I can't read name. Also can and hi. Welcome read. Good day. But yeah, iProOS is really interesting to get inspiration from. Like, it's really good. Uh, it's really Apple inspired for Android, and from an Android point of view, it's well implemented compared to um, some other manufacturers. Like, I don't know, Oppo, Vivo, all day. Like, they're really doing a great job at implementing things. Oh. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I ate way too much today. Oh. So yeah, shit like this, like it's just such a great presentation of UI and such a good understanding of how things are supposed to behave in terms of OS and ecosystem. And that's really good. So if you are someone that is interested in like designing for uh, your phone, iProOS is really good. MIUI is really good as well. If um, if you go to the MIUI 14, is the latest version, I think, or 15 is the latest version. Uh, like this, I think, uh, yeah, like that's why I discovered MIUI, and that's the type of UI that we were doing at the time, having like the most glassy, realistic interfaces that we could have. I designed so many apps based on this because it's so good. And, like this is an interesting overall, not website, like, you know, yeah, interesting things. So I bet that we were on a second ago. Anyways. I don't know if ColorOS still exists in terms of giving me ColorOS 15. Same thing. Again, really Chinese and really good. Uh, but yeah, really Chinese. This is Oppo, ColorOS 15, and it will. It has a lot of really interesting things in there as well in terms of how they have copied the dynamic island, how they have copied other things, and the implementation is not necessarily good at times, but they have some elements that have made me sway to ColorOS more often than Xiaomi after a certain amount of time. But it's more like use cases than anything else, to be honest. The same thing, like just looking at it, taking a look at how they have implemented things, how things work, how copied it is from the existing Apple stuff, Xiaomi stuff, Vivo stuff. It's good to know. It's good resources. So, you know, like that. Why the name doesn't come back? Mason. Mason still has. They still do. Maisie used to be one of the first duplicates. Oh, that's close. One of the one of the first duplicate of iPhones back in the day, like in 2012. Basically, the design that we had on Maisie phones in 2010, where the design would have on the iPhone of that year, for sure, like there was no question. And that changed after a while, but yeah, these are nice things. Nonetheless, that's basically where I would go for like inspiration, research, other things, just because it's not the thing that you're used to. And the reason for that is because as soon as you are inside of something or a bubble that you know everything already, or you have seen everything already, you can't really think of a new version of something that would be better for you at that exact time. Like you only see what you know. That's basically the thing. You can't really go into a new type of cards because you haven't seen other cards exist, if that makes sense. So that's the main point. That main thing. Main thing. Anyways, I'm gonna attempt to send you to Clark because it's been a while. Because it's been a while. All right, cool. Thanks a lot for being here. As always, I highly appreciate it. I'm gonna go sleep because I'm dead. But also, if you want to watch the VOD for some reason, you can watch the VOD on YouTube. If you have a question and I'm not live, you can go there. And yeah, I will be back on Monday if all goes well, with some news, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. And yeah, that's that's about it. I see the thing that Atakan was talking about. All the buttons are rounded now, which is kind of crazy. Celtic's not for the look. I appreciate it. So as usual, if you want to learn some Japanese, use can. We like it. It's nice. I made it. Not biased. And if you want to give me some money, but you don't want to sub here, you can buy this, which is really cool. A nice UI kit. We like it. We like it. You like it. Yeah. I need sleep. That's what happens. Stony, congrats. 101 is pretty impressive. I do agree with that. 102. But you spoke 101. I doubt it. But yeah, anyways. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you on Monday. Bye.